Hello, hello, people. Hi.
People.
Hi. Oh, I should turn that off. Hello. Welcome to Thursday. We're doing some game stuff. It's good to see y'all. Hope y'all are doing well. Hi, Jessica. If you're feeling like lurking, feel free to lurk, but I would love to say hi to y'all. So if you're here, please feel free to pop in the chat. Cool. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Holy shit, Jessica, how are you feeling? That just like processed for me. That you're like, the surgery like just happened for you. Are you like hanging out in the hospital bed? How are things going? Yeah. Nice. Thanks for joining me for that. That's cool. Also, you're oh wow. Pain is only at a 1. Wow. That's exciting. What is it? Day 3 for you? Day 2? Either way, it's day 2. Yeah, wow. Okay, yeah. Pain at a 1 is incredible. That's awesome. Dang. Yeah. Wow. Congrats. That's fucking fantastic. That's really cool. Congrats. Holy cats. By the way, just wanted to say this. I loved your hair, the photo that I saw of it. You know, the color that you had going in. Fantastic. Thank you for making a post about that and for sharing that with everyone because, oh my gosh, looks fantastic. Wow, that's really exciting. I'm so excited for you. Hey, welcome to the club. I got a package on the way over from Amazon. There was this like chunk of time. Hey, Dev, welcome. How you doing? Also, out of curiosity, Dev, I don't know if this is just your like thing, but like is O slash like a is that a thing? Is that like a hey like a arm up high sort of thing or like what is that supposed to indicate? I don't actually know. I just know that you like enter and leave with that. Okay, it's the arm up. That makes sense. It's a wave. Hey JW9, what's up? Okay, cool. I did not know that. Hey. Okay. Nice. O slash. Fun. Oh wait, did I just put O slash somewhere in my document? Probably. Whatever. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for teaching me. I appreciate it. You know, this is why I'm here. Honestly, to learn stuff, you know, to like learn shit about game design, but these fun little things, you know, they add to it a lot. So thank you, Dev. Thank you, JW9. I'm gonna open this now. I actually don't remember what it is I ordered. I guess this is an opening video now. It's not actually an opening video. It's just I hadn't gotten around to opening this, so it feels like a book. So presumably, you know, like it's flat, like a book, presumably a book. But the question is, which book is it? Truly, I don't normally order from Amazon. Fuck Amazon, fuck Bezos. I mean, that's my general opinion. I feel like when I do, usually it's for like, maybe because like it's the only way to order something that I need or something. So, let's see what book this is. Ah, okay. Yeah. This is it. yeah, very first world problems, JW9. You're not wrong. It's just like yeah, you'd think because I never order stuff that would mean like I am better at keeping track of it, but I just don't order things generally, honestly. Like I try not to. Amazon is awful though. If I can order things directly from the seller on like, you know, a website or something like that, like that's great. Anyway, this is a world building book by an author that I follow his YouTube stuff. His cat's dying today, I think. But it's called On Writing and World Building. Wow, this has turned into a plug, I guess. This is a plug. Like it's I'm excited. Like obviously I do a lot of I don't do a ton of writing yet. Hopefully soon. Thanks. Yeah, it does look really nice. I'm excited. One of the chapters is called this is just like, ooh, this is some shade. So one of the chapters is called An Exercise in Bad Prologues. Eragon by Christopher Paolini. Which is just like, oof, you right though. Oh, dang. Okay, fun. No, this will be good. I'm excited. Okay. I'm gonna read that later. And this is cool. Like I got the last time I was on, I got the new Korra comic, which was fantastic. Finished it. Still not sure how I feel about the world building that they're doing for those, and specifically like the way they're pitting different groups against each other and everything. It just feels meh. Also, one of the things that really bothered me. Okay, so this hopefully is not too much of a spoiler. At the end of Korra, at the end of the Legend of Korra, there is a character who is the main villain of the season, who Korra doesn't kill, but captures. Right, this person is imprisoned, and they showed a scene in the new comic of this person in their prison, right? And it was the same prison that the previous season's villain was stored in, and the previous season wasn't there, and it's one big room, and I'm like, where'd the other one go? They can't. You don't want to put both of them in there. That'd be bad. You don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. And it was bizarre. Anyway, those are a random side point. Hi, hello, welcome. Yeah, so I'm excited to read this. It's planning a novel, writing different parts of novels, and then world building stuff, including a section on polytheistic religions, which is fantastic. I love that. Cool. It's really fun to like reference fun little anthropological bits and like historical stuff and mythology to pull for world building, and I really like doing that. It's really good stuff. Anyway, okay, into game design. So hello, welcome, my name is Rose. As always, I am doing games and making games, and we're having fun with our block game. Let me show you what we got done last time and where we are in this whole process, because I need to refresh myself, quite frankly, and it'd be nice to look over the document that I had of things to plan, things to do for this block game, which we are in the middle of making. Not quite in the middle of, I feel like. Now, don't quote me on this. Don't quote me on this. But I feel like we're around about like 70% of the way, 80% of the way through? I don't know. It feels something like that. One can hope. See you in a bit, Dev. Hope you're having a good day. We should chat. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna switch our screen over here. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Magic. Look at that. Wonderful. I have the magic of technology at my fingertips, and I can change the screen from one screen to another. How powerful am I? Very powerful. Very powerful is the answer. So, here we go. All trans people are powerful. That's just a fact. Here we are. Okay, let's. I wanna jump right in to what we have in Unity, because I think that's gonna be the most visceral reminder. Also, kind of like serve as an example for anyone who may not have seen this before, and additionally, something to kind of see where we are with this. Okay, here we go. Jumping in to the game. So we have, okay, so I do have this thing. I think, let me double check right now. I do have script holder. My measure number is 40. Okay, so I have this thing set up where, excuse me, where right now my measure number is very long. So that basically means that this whole, canvas is big. It just, it just goes out for a while. But I can use this canvas to make melody notes, the red notes, and harmony notes, the black notes, and put those in and place them and erase them as well. And when I erase them, the sound does not happen, which is nice. That's good, right? We only want that sound feedback on one end of it. Cool. So we have an arrangement of notes. Theoretically, we would go through this, right? And that's like the idea is that we go through this, and hopefully one of the things I'm hoping to do, apart from being able to scroll along this, right? Because we want to be able to move back and forth and edit different parts of this music, right? We want to be able to scroll back and forth and edit different parts of this music. So I'm going to be doing that today, I think. The thing that I'm not sure I'm going to get to today, because it feels just intuitively more difficult to do in terms of, trying to get the computer to do what I want it to do. The thing that I'm not going to get to today probably is making a playhead that goes across this whole thing and plays it, right? And plays the music. Hopefully that is a goal, right? That is a goal. I feel like that's sort of a next time thing. I might have to do a bit of prep work on that one. But right now, right, we have this thing where I can click around and make notes, and theoretically, again, we go through and make a melody and make some harmonies. And hey, Lightpan, what's up? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. So we go through and we make those melodies and make those harmonies, and then I can hit this play the level button, and whee! Okay. And I don't remember, it's a good test, I don't remember if my Death Collider did get imported, good. That's good, that's good. Does it work on all sides, or does it just work on the end? It should work on all sides, yeah, the Death Collider is the one that's working on all sides. Okay, cool, so like, basically what we have here is, yeah, thanks, Lightpen, I'm pretty proud of it. So the main thing I want to do on this editor is add a scrolling thing so that I can, right now, like, that's the current next goal. Stream is loading. Just want to make sure I'm not dropping frames. I am not dropping frames. It's just the other end. Okay. So, I want to make a scroll thing so I can move back and forth along this rather large track and edit the notes there. That's the plan for today, or one of the things for today. There'll probably be other things for today. But that way, that when I start this, blocks aren't all the way out there, they will be closer to you as well. Okay, so, I broke Unity already, which is impressive. I think this is a new record. This is a public service announcement. Don't break Unity. Why is everything loading? It doesn't look like I'm dropping frames. but I'm just going to reload the page. And Unity's freaking out too. Well, this is not encouraging. Sorry, bear with me for a second here. Okay, Unity reloaded fine. Unity's good. Twitch, you with me, Twitch? Please? Okay, there we go. We're good. Twitch is with me again. Okay, cool. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. As I sort through the inevitable technical errors that I end up having because everything I touch dies. Well, every bit of technology. I am the kiss of death for technology, which I probably shouldn't, you know, I should be careful of who I say that to because there are the people who run this room that might take this room away from me if they know that. But, like, I don't know. It's just on my mind because my phone died relatively recently. Wait for the page to respond. But I got a new one. I'm going to get glasses this week, too. Who am I? Anyway. Okay. So, I'm just testing chat there. Okay, good. Cool. Thanks. Thank you for bearing with me. So we have this. Yeah, I'm getting glasses soon. It'll be good. I'm excited. Finally. I had glasses a while back, and then they broke, and they broke on the same day as my old phone. And that went well. It was a great day. Why is Unity? Uh-oh. Oh, it's just loading slow. It's not a console error. That's not a console error. Huh. Okay. Okay, so there we go. So we have our notes there, and this whole thing goes through here and successfully imports everything, and that's good, and they end up in the right place, so that's good. I probably am breaking it by ending play on the wrong screen, and it has to switch scenes again. That's probably it. Okay. Anyway, let's make that scroll bar. Let's see, other things that we had planned. Here we go. We have a document for this to chronicle. That's the word I was looking for. To chronicle my various plans and attempts. So the playhead here, like, that's a thing I kind of want to do later because, yikes. But we got this. We have a button to change scenes in the editor scene, and it saves the data block as an array, the block data as an array. We need the scrollable camera. And let's see. We're going to need that playhead later. Just going to highlight that because that's later. And then I want some other things in this game. So we are successfully loading the block data. Heck yeah. That was really cool. When I finally got that working, holy cats, y'all. Let me tell you, you know, like, there was this really cool article that a friend had me read the other day, which was really interesting. It was basically about how a lot of code is really not what it could be in terms of, it was basically comparing and contrasting code with more profound user interface like Word, right? Where Word is what they call a WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. Where I can press the strike through button and suddenly the whole thing that I selected to strike through is stricken through. As opposed to in the code where, I edit the code, then I go back and test it and see if it works. And then I go, oh, well, that's not quite right. Let's go back and edit the code and maybe change this thing this way, and maybe that'll do it. And it's kind of like this test and retest and retest and retest and retest to see what my results are going to be. as opposed to a WYSIWYG, which what you see is what you get. You press a button and it does the thing that it edits that bit of it, in real time. And there was this whole article talking about how we could be doing more of that with, like, game makers, with all sorts of other things. It's really cool. I'll have to find that article and maybe link it. WYSIWYG, yeah, right? Yeah, it's here, it's what you see is what you get. WYSIWYG. It's like a weird acronym. Yeah, weird. What a word. What a word. What a language. What a word. Yeah, I know. But it's still like, really? I like it though. Okay. We're loading the Death Collider. We got that, right? Because the block falls off, it dies, you reset to the beginning of the level. That's already imported. Thank you, Geo, yesterday for helping me out with that. That was really cool. Appreciate it. Okay, so we did that. The only things I want to do is this, right? In the play level area, I want a button to return to the main menu. And I don't think I have that, right? Because if I go into here, or I think I do have it, but, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Yeah, the save and exit to main menu button doesn't do anything. Return to editor does. Play the level does. Return to editor currently does not save the blocks that we had. So actually, that's the other thing I want to get on right away. You got a Ninja Cat t-shirt. That sounds really cool. I like Ninja Cats. I like cats and I like ninjas. I mean, I don't want to throw too much shade by saying we went to a Microsoft developer conference. What did you expect? But also, I just said that. But they can be fun sometimes, right? Did you have to go to specific talks, or did you get to pick what talks you went to? Lightpen. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my notes. Also, I started a secret project yesterday. You can't know about it. Ha. Until later. Secret project. Anyway, I'm really excited about that. Okay, I really should show off my secret project. The idea behind keeping a secret project secret is not to show it off, or so I've heard. But I can define my own, zeitgeist. I guess that's a word I can use there. There's my notes. Okay. So, let's see. Editor play, pop-up editor button not working. Really? Oh, well, I haven't even implemented that properly, though, right? Is it going to the editor play scene? Editor play. Yeah, it is going to the editor play scene. It's not popping up at all because the collider for that pop-up is not in the prefabs bit that I have on there. You could pick, but I stayed through it all as I was in the capital for the day. My train back was really late. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yikes. Are you... Lightpen, are you over in, DC or... No, wait, no. Not... You're in London or something. Not quite. You're over in Europe, right? I don't remember. You're somewhere over there. Where are you? I could just ask that. Where you at? What's up? Where are you at? Wait, so... By the capital, do you mean London, then? I feel like that would make sense, but I also have only been in England for... Okay, cool. Thanks. The only time I was in England, it was just in Heathrow, so doesn't even remotely count. Okay, so I want to add that scroll. I know how to add that scroll. Let's add that scroll. Beep-a-doo, beep-a-doo. Let's go to the editor thing. Main camera. I'm going to add a script. I'm going to add a camera scroll script. Create an ad. Boom. Nice. Okay. Now I need to open up Visual Studio. Edit script. Visual Studio. So you went to a Microsoft development conference over in London. Was that like a long ways to go? You say your train back was really late, so sounds like it was at least a ways. Okay, I need to put this in the scripts folder. Wow. Also, like, close. Who needs to update? Legit. I am consistently upset with the US's lack of any substantial rail infrastructure. It's really annoying. And it means that for someone like me who does not own a vehicle, transit is less easy. It's not awful, but it depends on where you are. I mean, like, and I'm in a pretty good transit town, so, like, you know, we have a really good bus system and stuff, and it's very bikeable, which is nice, but it would be really nice if there was any sort of rail system connecting us to, you know, anywhere, but there's not. So that sucks. Anyway. Boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. I was going to go over here. So I'm making a camera scroll script. And this camera scroll script is going to be similar to the block, break block? No. It's going to be similar to the player controller script. That's what I wanted. The player controller script. Right, because what we're doing with the player controller script is we're allowing us to move the block back and forth using, you know, WASD. Yeah, no, Europe in general does have really good rail coverage. The time I was much younger, my grandparents are pretty well off financially, and they were like, hey, let's do a family trip to Europe because it's like our anniversary, it's like our 50th anniversary, and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, so so the whole family went over to Europe. There are other things with my family. I don't even, you know, what, you know, we don't need to talk about that right now. But, yeah, the rail system is awesome. Like, pretty good rail coverage everywhere you go. One of my favorite things was riding the Channel. That was a lot of fun. Channel's a good time. Channel's a good time. But also just like, yeah, rail systems pretty much all across Europe are, you know, good. They're good. You could like go into some of the, you know, almost all the smaller towns even, and still just you could get there by rail, right, and then move around walking most of the time. So that was a lot of fun. It was a while ago though. But yeah, the U.S. does not have a good system. It's really unfortunate. Okay, so because I want this to be similar, right? Because I have this player controller script, which is allowing me to move the player back and forth. I want a similar script allowing me to move the camera back and forth. So that's what we're going to do. And so I'm just going to, you know, wholesale copy this entire thing because I like doing that, I guess. And I like living life on the edge, you know, living dangerously. And so this is me living dangerously and copying a script over when I really shouldn't. Camel Ra. It's like She-Ra, but a camel. Yeah, I'm spelling that right. Camera control. No, camera scroll. Camera scroll. Okay, that's my script name is Camera Scroll. So, public rigid body RB, that's just going to be the camera. That's fine. Sideways force. I don't need a forward force because we don't have a forward force on our camera. We're just moving side to side. We're actually eliminating function from the player control script to map over to this camera script. Probably the easiest way for me to do this. I'm sure there's like, you know, as always with Unity and with coding, I have found, as I've been learning this over the past couple months, there's probably a more efficient way. There's probably a more elegant method to do this. Right now, I'm not sure I care because, I mean, like, it's good. It's nice to know those things, but at the same time, wait, what did I just delete? Speed cap. Oh, I have a speed cap. I should maybe lower that even further on the player controller, quite frankly. Okay. Move right equals false, move left equals false. If implicate D, move right equals true, move left equals true. Okay. And then we go if move right, if move left, and I don't want this. Because I don't want my forward force. We're getting rid of my forward force. By forward force, no one needs you right now. Meh. So forward force is gone. And we have move right and move left, which is just going to be our sideways force times time tilts time. Good. Now, if we're not pressing those keys, I think the one difference here is that if we're not pressing those keys, we want the camera to be still. We want the camera to just stop, right? So I want an else case here. And then, oh, maybe I don't need that. Don't think I need that. Okay, cool. So I want an else case. You know, if we're not pressing the left or right keys, then I want RB dot velocity equals 0. Represents cannot implicitly convert type int to Unity engine vector 3. Oh, okay. So I'll just go 0, 0, 0. Will that work? No. Okay. You're telling me it's a vector 3. But what if I go normalized? Nope. That's a vector 3. It is read only. Okay. All these mini little puzzles. Speed cap. Oh, yeah, okay, well, I got rid of it, that's why. I don't want it. Go away. I deleted one too many parentheses. There we go. Okay. So it does not like this. Right, because we want it to be so that, like, you move it, and then it stops. I don't know why it's saying that velocity, so it's saying cannot convert type int to Unity engine.vector3. So basically, my 0 is my integer, my RB.velocity is a Unity Engine vector 3, which I didn't know that RB.velocity was a vector 3, but I suppose that makes sense. In fact, it very much does, right? Because any velocity is going to be a vector 3. Already declared RB, so that's not a problem. RB.velocity should work. My problem is that I have this 0 there, and it's not liking that. So wait, I want to go back and see what Z. There we go. So just back, Control Z, right? Undoing. Oh, so, okay. So this is vector 3, right? So it's able to process like this is like vector 3 equals vector 3 times scalar, right? And any vector times a scalar is going to be a vector. So you take the vector times the scalar, you just get some vector numbers out multiplied by that scalar. So that's good. But in this case, we need all of them to be 0. So what if I just said RB dot velocity dot normalized times 0? That works. And, you know, I mean, I don't actually know if it works, but there's no errors. There's no immediate compiler errors, so I'm good with that. I like not having compiler errors. Not having compiler errors is really nice. It's pretty great, actually. Okay, cool. So I think that's our script for making the camera move the way we want it to. Let's find out. Let's find out if that worked. If it did, right, main camera has camera control script, and I want to attach the camera rigid body. Oh, can I not do that? I cannot do that. It doesn't have a rigid body. Okay, well, I can just add a component, right? I don't mind. I don't think it needs to not have, just don't use gravity, right? Then we're fine. There we go. So now, right, there we go. We have a rigid body. Great. Fantastic. Rigid body, as they say in the business. No one says that. But it's fun to, you know, make sexual innuendos when you can. Anyway, here we go. So, I love that, y'all can't see it right now, but at the bottom of my Unity screen, at the very bottom of it, it's a little warning, and this pops up literally every time I open this right now. Assets/scripts/reyeet.cs 9,18 warning CS0414. The field reyeet.yote is assigned, but its value is never used, which I love because it reminds me that I made a script called reyeet. I also made a script called yeet, as in yeet, and they both have a Boolean value of yote, which shifts when the script has been completed. Anyway, it's just happy little things. Hi, Dev. Welcome back. Okay, let's see if this works. Ah. Okay, it doesn't quite move fast enough. I kind of want to make it move faster. And I think part of that... Okay, but it does set it to 0 after I stop moving. Oh, why is my force one way so much less than my force the other way? Look, I'm holding down the D key. I'm holding down the D key. And we got nothing. I mean, very little. Very little. That is not okay. Okay, I'm going to have to change that. But movement one way works. It's not quite fast enough. That's okay. Okay, so we're going to reset that. Go back into our script. Why would it be like that? Why would it be like that? Why would it be like that? Huh. Right? These values should have all the same numbers, right? We said if, because here we're saying, this is again the primary problem with coding, is that most of my job when I'm coding is just trying to think like a computer, which, you know, maybe the computer should try thinking a little bit more like me. You know, wouldn't that be fair? Wouldn't that be more fair to everyone? It's my hot take. Anyway, it's not a hot take. Okay, so we're saying if you input this key, move left is true. If you input this key, move right is true. Great. Fantastic. This bit works. And we know it works because the camera, after we moved it, stopped. Right? It would stop every time. Velocity would be 0. Great. That's what we want. If move right, rb.add force, sideways force times time.delta time, 0, 0. Right? We're adding a vector force with all of its magnitude in the x and none of its magnitude in any other direction. Same thing here, except negative. So which one's working for right now? Right now, move left is working and move right is not. Which is weird, because there's nothing different between these two that I can see. So it's like, why? Is it maybe for some reason because we're in the fixed update frame? I don't know, right? Why would it be? As far as I can tell, I'm trying to scan through this and double check that all my code is the same, because for some reason it's working for one direction, it's not working for the other, and I don't want that. Sideways force is the same for both. I do want to change this up. Let's make it 2000, why not? That might be a bit too much. I don't care. We'll find out. I can always turn it down, right? And it's a public float, so I can adjust it on the fly. So, I'm trying to look through this and kind of like see why might it be that in one direction, when I'm moving the camera to the left, it works quickly, the rate you would think it would. And when I move it to the right, though, it's very, very slow. One would think that would imply a difference in their code, but I am not seeing anything here other than the word right and left, right? Which should not make any difference, to my knowledge. Certainly hope it doesn't. That would be weird, right? Fixed update. So I'm almost thinking that maybe the fixed update is the culprit, like putting this in the fixed update frame and putting this in the update frame somehow. I'm not sure exactly how that would work. Add print statements. Valid. Thank you, Dev. Always a good suggestion. Always a good suggestion. Okay. So debug dot. Holy shit! What? Like in a. How do you mean? Like in a painful way? Because that's not good. From like breaking your finger? Move. Oh. Huh. Okay. Adding that to the debug.log. Let's add it in here. Yeah, there you go, right? It's a feature now. I mean, here's the thing, right? You know, humans are incredibly adaptable and manage to find awesome ways of working with their bodies, no matter how those bodies work. And so, yeah, you know, you just got a cool tilted finger now. Maybe. Nice. Yeah, Yes, Dev. Congrats. That's so cool. That's so cool. Well done. Well done, well done. Light pen, what color? The most important question, obviously. Actually, arguably, the more important question when painting your nails is, are you going through the 2-hour process of painting your nails or the half-hour process of painting your nails, right? Because there's a 2-hour version of, like, you know, put on the base coat, put on a couple coats, put on the top coat, wait for them all to dry, right? I feel like it always ends up taking me 2 hours, especially like at the end when you're like, can't touch anything with my nails. It's quite the time. Hey, well, welcome to the club. I shouldn't even say the club. I almost never paint my nails. I've done it for like, you know, like some fancy fun occasions. It's fun. I like doing it. Except for the, you know, the wait time. The main thing that bothers me is that it takes a while. Okay, well, I was going to add print statements to this. Not print statements. Debug.log. So can I just say print? Is that a thing? Can I just say print something? Is that a thing? Nice. Lilac. I like lilac. Lilac. I can't do print. You can't do print statements? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's not reading it as anything. Making unicorn squares to give out having the little ally tips like, hey, don't misgender people. You know, that really... Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome. Way to go, Dev. What the heck? Well done. Well done. Fuck yeah. Okay. Debug.log. Debug.log. It's my favorite type of log. Debug.log. What am I debug.logging here? What do I want? Right force and left force. Right force and left force. Ha 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 ha. Right force and left force. Okay, there we go. Wait, I want to rename that and not have both of them say right force. Left. Cool. Let's see what happens when we run this through the thing. Console.writeLine. Is that a thing? Console.writeLine. Nope. Big ol' nope. Big ol' nope. Maybe it's because I don't have the right modules loaded, because right now I'm only working with Unity Engine Basic. I mean, yeah. Unity is pretty weird. Okay, save. Let's see what happens. Load up my console, start up the thing. Let's see what happens. Oh, Unity. Okay, let's put a couple reference notes in. These are my edges. Okay. Left force. It's saying right true and right force. So it's doing it. Check. Sideways force is always 200. I mean, let's make it 2000 here. Weird. It's like there's a favored direction. Why might there be a favored direction? Right, because that's basically what's happening here. Is there's a favored direction. Print the calculation. What do you mean? Like print? Okay, so like as in debug.log and then Oh, like this. Like... like that. Boom. What's interesting to me is that it's... okay, no, there we go. It is actually pulling that. Negative. Thank you. Thank you, Dev. I would have died. Okay, cool. So, let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Okay, reference notes. Okay. So that's left. Getting -4 on that. We're getting +4 on that. I don't know why 4. Don't know what 4 is doing, but we're getting negative and +4, and it's not. That's so bizarre. Any ideas? I did not think this would be this difficult. I mean, rarely, right, do I think that something in Unity will be as difficult as it is. Print position. Okay. Debug.log. This dot transform. Hey, I know how to do that now. I know that this refers to the object that the code is attached to. I think that's cool. I mean, it makes sense, right? Okay. Okay, it's not actually showing it. Okay. Yeah, it's not actually showing it because I did not do that right. It's just showing this dot transform. Okay, wait, hang on. You know what? What if I got rid of time.delta time? Because I'm not sure I care. You know? I'm not sure I care. I'm not sure I need to care about time.delta time in this. I'm just throwing things out here at this point. And now they both move much faster, but it's still faster to go back than it is to go forward. And that's not the goal. So maybe making 2 separate variables? Maybe? I do not know. This is odd. I'm at the code. Here we go. What you thinking, Dev? I would value your opinion and input at this point. Because I don't know what's up. You know? It's yeah. No, it should be. It should be basically. It's neither of them should be linear because it's add force, right? It's not. Doing a velocity. It's adding force. I could just do velocity, which I'm thinking of changing it to, just to see if that makes any difference, right? But it is an added force, which is going to slowly increase the speed. Maybe I'll just do velocity and see if that works. RB dot. Okay, so equals RB dot. Maybe I want to do a vector 3. Equals. Okay, I want to do a vector 3 here. I want to do a vector 3, and I want it to be, sideways force, and 0 and 0. Field float, sideways force, int, float, sideways for, okay, well, what if I just go like this? How much do you hate me now? Okay, it hates me still. Yikes. I mean, like, this is my question, then. How am I gonna do this? Okay, so I'm trying to get this camera to move both ways, and for some reason it's favoring one direction over the other. So instead of doing force, let's do velocity. And if I'm going to do velocity, it needs to be rb.velocity, referencing the rigid body of the camera itself. And then we need to put in a vector 3. And it's being not kind on that particular front. Still, I can do rb.velocity, right? Basically, I'm setting the velocity of the camera equal to a specific thing, right? I do want negative sideways force here. And you'd think zeros would be what I'd want. Alas, it does not seem... Cannot implicitly convert type float sideways force int to unity engine dot vector 3. That makes sense. That makes sense. What if I say, oh, it cannot implicitly. So equals new vector 3. That. Hey, there we go. I know how this works. I don't really, but I've seen this work before. So I'm not surprised by it working this time. Basically what we're doing is we're declaring a new vector 3 and setting it equal to that. And that makes sense. Okay. So in that case, let's try that. Save. Right, and basically what I've done is I have it set so that every time you click the button, you are changing the velocity of the camera instantly. And then when you let go of the button, the velocity of the camera changes back to 0. Don't know if that'll be too jarring, but it might work. Whoop, yeah, it's working. It's working real fast. Good. Well, that's something. Let's change that value of sideways force to be much smaller. Like 7. Oh, 7. Yeah, that's more what I want. That's more what I want. Here we go. Okay, yeah. Right, there we go. And now it's moving the same way both ways, and we got it. We got We have a scrolling camera. That's what I want. Okay. Okay, there we go. Nice. And now, like, this almost, like, feels like an effective editing interface, you know? I do want, I think, you know, in this sort of mode to be able to have, you know, especially if the player is going to be moving through these and playing the music as they're hitting the blocks. I think it would be good to eventually have some sort of further subdivision into sharps and flats. Not sure if I want to do that now. And I think if I were to do it, it would be, you know, the subdivision into sharps and flats, right? Because right now what we're doing is right, these are all on the C major scale, which is why, you know, anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is show that it's in C major. It's in C major. There we go. It's in C major. So anyway, right, if I were to add sharps and flats to this, which would be great, maybe what I could eventually do is define a system where you... Nah, because even if you make a key for a specific section, right? If you say like these, even if you're subdividing it by different measures, right? You say these measures are in E flat major, and these measures are in, I don't know, G some, right? You still want to be able to have the opportunity to do sharps and flats within that indicate accidentals like outside of the major key signature. So, that being said, what we'd eventually want is some sort of system where you could make any of these notes sharp or flat. Like maybe like a click and drag sort of thing, I feel like, right? If I click here, if I click on this note and then drag up, you know, it'll be a sharp. If I click on this note and drag down, it'll be a flat. If I just click on it, it'll just be the note. I feel like that would be pretty intuitive. I feel like that would be pretty intuitive. So that's a thought, you know, as to what to do with this later. That's a thought. Okay. Those are working now. That's been fixed. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to make a note of that. Because I kind of want to do that. You know, I think that would be nice. And I'm not sure exactly how to do mouse drag, you know, click and drag stuff, but I'm confident there'll be lots of documentation on that, right? Because it's mouse drag. Not everything uses it, but a lot of things use it, right? So, editor, drag up, note, sharp, drag down note, and it becomes flat. Okay. So maybe that's something we'll implement later. Right now that ain't gonna happen, but we have this scrolling camera and that is good. That's good, that's good, that's good. There we go. Beautiful. Look at that amazing level that I just made. It was incredible. Right, but like, were it not for the fact that this is so freaking speedy and I definitely need to slow it the frick down, right, it would actually be fun. So I'm going to slow it the frick down. and also making sure that I can reload over, because right now if I click this, it's all gone. And even if I do this, you know, like that, and then play the level, and then I return to editor, it's all gone already. So I need to fix that. That's important, because I want my work to save over the scene change. Like that seems pretty simple. There should be a way to do that. We were messing with that in the code a little bit the other day, which is this idea that when we're generating the note matrix, we read from, here it is, right, here it is, reading from the note list that's already set in the global script. So there was a problem with this, and I can't remember what it was. The problem was the measure number was set automatically to 0. And then it wasn't changed. What if I added a button or an input where you could type in the measure number? I feel like that would make sense. That would make sense. Or a slider or something, like a UI element that changes the measure number. That would make sense. Some sort of UI element that changes the measure number, right? Because then I would be able to, you know, you could start with 0. It only loads up this thing on start, though. That is difficult, right? Because all this code is under void start, which means that it's only going to happen at the beginning of the, you know, when it first loads up. When this code block first loads in its code holder, script holder that I have as a game object, right? When that game object first loads, this code is run right away. And I don't want to run it every update. That would be awful. I could change this to a button, right? I could say, I mean, what do I want? I want this script, I want this UI, right, this canvas, to load up. If you change the, ideally, right, in an ideal world, I want it to load up whenever you change the measure number, and I want it to load up at the beginning. And that's it, really. So, I can do that. I can do that because basically what we do then is we have a button that changes the measure number that calls this this block of text, and I also have in the start a call for this block of text. That should be doable. That should be doable. So I want, I'm also going to need the UI measure number changer to update the global script measure number instance. So that's going to need to happen. Okay. So I need measure number slider. And in order to do that, I'm going to need to put this in a different place. So this is not going to be start anymore. I can get rid of this. This is not going to be on start anymore, right? I'm loading this up when I either on start or when I do or when I update it. So I'm gonna make this. This is gonna be void measure update. And then we're going to put that, right? And then, like, you know, this whole thing is now in the measure update section. So now what I need to do is on start, right, I need to call measure update. And I think you just do that by, I know where I have that done already. It's on the buttons script. I wonder if I can just, if I just want to go up to, do I just do measure update? Can I just do that? I think I can just do that, right? Because it's basically like a function, right? This section of code that I'm calling. So on start, I call measure update. Great. And then we're also going to create a button as part of this editor scene that calls measure update. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Hope. Oh, here, you know what I can do? Let's put some print statements in. This is definitely the sort of thing where we want print statements, right? Debug.log measure update called. I'm gonna put that same line over here. Boom. Okay. So this means that ensures that no matter what, whenever measure update is called, we will get a notification in the console that says measure update has been called. So there we go. Good. So I want to save this. I want to go over to my Unity scene. I want to make a new button. I want to make a new button. Right, we have our play the level button, but I want a new UI game object, and this one is also going to be a button. But this button is going to be no ordinary button. It's going to be an ordinary button. Ooh, where are my buttons? They're over there. Ooh, okay. Don't know why. Here, I can just do this. Why am I not doing that? There we go. Okay. So, let's put this over here. Actually, and I can move this a bit. Okay, and I want this to say measure update or update. And in fact, I want it to be a bit smaller. So we're gonna scale it a bit differently. Width, we only need 80. Height 30, yeah, there we go. Right, to indicate that it's sort of a sub button, right? It's a, you know, less important than the play the level button. Okay, and on here I'm going to put the same script as on the other one. We're gonna add component editor buttons, and we're gonna, no, not that one. Remove, add component. Editor buttons. Boom. There we go. So, and we're going to go back over to and edit the editor button scripts. And I want, on this editor button script, I want to add a listener to, we're basically just adding stuff. So we're going to go public button. And this one is going to be the measure update button. Measure update button. Okay, and then here we're gonna go measure update button dot on click dot add listener, and then we want to go to a section. Measure update, and then we're gonna do over here. We're gonna add a section void. Measure update. Hello. Okay. Measure update. Want this. I want this. There we go. Gotta get these classic standard bits in. Okay, so I'm making this extra button that we'll call the measure update. So what I want to do is I want to go in here and I want to call measure update on the other script. which is going to be a little bit difficult. I have to remember how to call something on a different script. How am I going to call something on a different script? I'm going to go, what is the measure the script attached to? It's the note matrix, so it's attached to the script holder. So game object dot right, game object. Can I do that? How do I do that? I have this somewhere else, I'm sure. Right, because basically what I'm doing is I need to get the component. I need to get a component of a different game object. So over here, I think we do something similar like that. Because we've definitely done that, right? Definitely done that. Definitely. Because we had to pull from the global. Global script.instance.notelist, right? So what if I just say, script holder? I mean, that's what I called it, right? That's what it is. It's the script holder game object. Yes, it is the script holder game object. So, that's not working. How would I call the game object script holder? No. Right, I need to get a component of I feel like I did this somewhere else. I feel like I should know how to do this, you know? But I don't, you know, I mean, there's no shame in looking stuff up, right? There's no shame in looking stuff up. There's never any shame in looking stuff up. Obviously, this is game dev. Half of it is Googling. At least at this point in my learning experience, half of it is Googling. So let's manifest that half of game dev. Just go ahead and I'm gonna pull up and we're gonna say, oh, what am I doing? What am I looking up? Remind me. Hello, me. What am I looking up? I'm looking up how to call a component of a different game object. Okay. Unity calling component of different game object. How can I reference component of another game object? There we go. Right. And is it a script I want to reference? I think it's a script I want to reference. It is. So actually, I should just say that, right? I should just say, hey, how do I, Oh, okay, I can do that. Wait. The cube is put in the game after the object with script 1, then the S2 will be no. Okay, wait. That's not very helpful. Unity calling script of different game object. How do I call a function in another game object script? There we go. That's what I want. How do I call a function in game object B's script B? Okay. Public class script A, public script B other. Void update other dot do something. Okay. Separate script. Script B. Public void. Okay, so I need to say public void do something, and then I need public script B in the other one. Okay, so basically what I'm doing here is I go here I should say so public how did it do that? Public script B, which in this case is the other script, which is the note matrix script. Public note matrix. There we go. Right. That's what we want. That's what we want. Public note matrix other. Okay. I wonder why the other. That's what I wonder, right? Why other? I guess it's like a specific. Okay, sure. No, it's basically an empty. My understanding of it right now. Maybe this is wrong. But my understanding of what this is trying to say right now is that other is like an empty slot. So we're saying we have the script note matrix and we're calling other, right? An empty slot. And then down here I can say other dot, and I can say the function that I want to call specifically. But first in note matrix, I have to make this a public void, not void public. Public void measure update, right? I make this function measure update public so that when I go over here, file save, I don't know why I don't just, go command S. I don't know why I don't do that. Okay. So when I go over here, I can say measure update right? And now I'm calling the function measure update to fill in that other empty slot that we have, right? This empty slot that we made. I think that's what it's saying. I'm mostly guessing. Okay. Well, let's see if it works. How would I make this work? How would I show that this works? Well, I could say, I could put in a pretty simple bit here where I could say, I could do this, right? And now I'm setting that. Down here, I print two global scripts, so I could say this. And then over here, I can say global script.instance.measure number equals, I'm going to say 10. There we go. So basically what I'm doing now is when I hit this button, it's going to set the measure number to 10 and then call measure update. And hopefully that means we'll get 10 measures. Maybe. We shall see. Okay. Back into Unity. Let's load this up and see what happens. Console errors? Huh. Oh no, that's fine. Right. Oh, oops. That's not fine. Okay. I need to tell the button where to look for the button. I should change these names. Rename. This is the play level button. And I want to rename this one to update or measure update. Okay. So that way when I go into the script, I can put in the measure update button and the editor play button, and it won't yell at me for not doing that, because that's important. Okay. So now those console logs should, yep, there we go, right? Measure update called, measure update called. The two measure updates called means that it's the start function calling the measure update. And now if I go update, it's going to fail. Why? Reasons. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Editor buttons dot measure update. Editor buttons line 26. It's not able to call the function? Okay. Line 26 of editor buttons. Line 26. Other dot measure update is the line that calls measure update. That's not what I wanted. It rarely is. Oh well, let's see what we can do about that. So if I go over here, it's not even, it didn't even reach this. So that means it didn't even go here, right? Am I calling, is it the same thing? Capital measure, capital update. Capital measure, capital update. Yes. And I think it auto-completed here too, right? It did. So that's weird, right? Because I don't think there's anywhere else on here that I have typed in capital measure, capital update. So that means it is recognizing this as a thing. Just not calling it? Which is odd. Wow, I am so, like, sleepy today. I don't know why. Well, it has been an hour and a half. Time flies when you're coding, I guess. Okay, so let's see. This is not what I want. I want this script. So under measure update, even this wasn't called, right? It just says object set not reference not set to an instance of an object. Editor buttons dot measure update line 26. So it's basically saying I'm trying to run line 26 of editor buttons, the script, which says to reference editor buttons dot measure update. But I can't do that. Why is it referencing editor buttons dot measure update when it should be referencing note matrix dot measure update? That might have something to do with that, right? Because I said other dot measure update and it said editor buttons dot measure update, which is not what it should be. Editor buttons is this script. I want it to reference note matrix. So let me double check that I did this the way they did it, right? Public class, yeah, that's just the basic. Public script B other. Void update other dot do something. I mean, this can be under any void, right? Doesn't matter. Public script B other semicolon. Other dot do something. Okay. You can now drag a game. Oh, okay. Maybe I need to do some work in the editor. This where you can now drag a game object that has a script be attached into this other field in the editor. That's what I was doing wrong. I am not. Okay. There should be. Aha. You can't see that. There's a field for note matrix. So. Wait, what do I need to drag into there? Where you can now drag a game object that has script be attached into the. Okay, so I can just drag the game object. Cool. So now I go over here, and I, never mind. Okay, need to go over here. There we go. Putting the note matrix into the. Okay, that's what I need to do. Cool. So, let's try this again. Start it, measure update called, measure update called. There's 0 measures because that is the number it's pulling at the beginning. Now let's click update, which should set the measure number to 10 and then update. Hey, would you look at that? Would you look at that? That's moving really fast. I need to change that number. What is that number? 200. Yeah, it's still 200. Okay, I want to reset that in the code so it doesn't automatically go to 200. But there we go. We got an update button that updates the number of measures. Nice. Let me change the thing that I just wanted to change just now in camera scroll. Sideways force equals 2,000 right now. Let's make this like 7, 10. Let's just do 10. You know, let's just do 10. Save. So hopefully now, when I go into here, right, the auto force is just, right, reset. There we go, 10. There we go. Boom. So, right, I do this, it does measure update, there we go. Yep, now that's much more reasonable of a camera movement, right, than the that was happening before. Don't want that. Okay, so this makes some more sense, right? It's a thing that we can scroll around on and see the different parts of this editor. Cool, great, fantastic. Okay, so I can undo that, and now I want to provide some sort of input field that the update reads. How the heck do I do that? Let's look it up. Unity input field. Input to script. Input field, input field script. Input field. An input field is a way to make the text of a text control editable. Yes, that's what I want. Okay. 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 Cool. So, can we get some examples? No? Okay, but I can just make an input field for writing things in. So that's good. That's good. Right, so now I can just go into here, right, and say game object, UI, input field, input field. There we go. Nice. That's useful. There we go. Okay, so we got this input field. And I can move it around. Let's move it around. Let's put it over here. Right? And then what I want is input field. I want you to be content type. Integer number. Right, it's an integer number of measures. Anything else won't work, so there we go. Placeholder text. I want the placeholder text to say number of measures. Okay, cool. So, there we go. So then what we need is we need a way of referencing this input field. So I need to look that up. Referencing input field in script Unity. Okay. Let's see some examples. Nope, no examples. I hate it when we don't have examples. That's okay. Properties, public methods. Properties. The current value of the input field. Text. Okay. So this is what I want, right? Input field.text, current value of the input field. So I would say public input field, and then reference that input field. And then we just say, no, that's, I don't think that's what we want. Is it? Maybe. I don't know. You know, let's try it. Let's try it. Input field.text. There we go. Okay, so if I go over to my script, which one do I want? I want this one, right? I want to say, so this should be pretty simple, right? Public input field, input field, public input, right? It's public input field. Input type, input, text. There we go. Public input field, main input field. Okay, so then we just name it. Just gonna rename this and say this is gonna be called update input. Okay, there we go. So then I go over to this and I say public update input. There we go. And so now we just drag and drop that over, and then we would say this input field dot text. And it's not going to like that. String, the current value. Yeah, I know. Well, we're already. Okay. What if I said update input dot text, right? That's a specific one. Now it's just saying string to int. So what if is there a way to force string to int? Unity. Unity's turning a string to an int. Int.parse. Int.parse. Okay, cool. Int.parse. Maybe that. Parse. Int.parse. What do I need to use? Maybe I need to use a different Unity thing? I don't know. These are the questions I need to learn. It's capital parse. Is that going to be the difference? Maybe that's the difference. Int.parse. Nope. Int dot parse. Oh, was I spelling parse wrong? I was probably spelling parse wrong. String to int or int to string. String to int. String to int. Because otherwise it would just be toString, I think. Or something like that. I don't know. Hello. Okay, so Dev, to catch you up on what the heck I'm trying to do right now. Also, are you at work again? If you are, hi. If you aren't, hi. I don't know. I don't really care. Just curious. That sounds like a yes. Nice. Okay. Okay. So, let me. Yeah. Oh, you are. I'm I'm not trying to... Yeah. Valid. What are you working on right now? Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, it won't work because I haven't referenced it. Duh. Okay. I need to... over here, I'm going to have a thing that's update input, and I need to put that in there. Bam. Okay. So. Mysterious UI changes / fixes. Oh, exciting. So right now, I hit the play button on this game, right? Nothing shows up, but it's intentional, at least for now. If I hit update, nothing will happen. Because if I type in 10 here and hit update, oh, it works. What up, what up, what up, what up? Wait, okay, wait. 2. Wait, no, that didn't work. That didn't work. Oh, is it just updating it to the default value? No, it's updating it. Oh, I'm not deleting. I'm only adding. That's a good point. I know how to do that. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. There we go. So now I have that. Now I have that. So if I go, 200. Whee! They go forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, except there is an end, actually. It's just quite a ways over. Okay, cool. I will delete when I update next time so that I can go back numbers instead of... now, the difficulty with deleting when you update is, do you reset the whole thing? Though that's a question, right? So if I have this whole thing filled with notes, right, and I want to get rid of some of the measures, I should probably go from the end, right? But dang, that's a question. Like where, if this whole thing, right, is filled with notes, and I'm like, right, I filled this whole thing with notes, and now, like, I want to delete some of them, right? I can't just wipe the whole thing, right? I wanna delete some of them specifically, but how are we going to be able to indicate to the code where to delete? I don't think there's going to be a way to do that with the UI. I think you're just going to have to be careful, which is kind of awful. But also, hopefully you're not making a 200 measure long level, because that would be really long. I don't know. Maybe that's what'll happen. I guess if that is what'll happen, then maybe I'll update that later, like find a way to edit out specific sections of notes. But right now I don't feel like that's feasible, because basically what I need to do is I need to create a way to, like, on-click select a measure or something like that. Yes. So I can delete like that, right, which is nice. But I mean specifically, if I want to delete like a chunk of the canvas that this is working on, right? A chunk of these blank spaces. So the measures, right, of the song. So if I want to take out a specific measure or a couple measures or a bunch of measures, right? Where should I delete from? Should I delete from the end? Should I delete from the beginning? Should I delete equally from both? Should I delete the whole thing and reset? Honestly, the easiest thing for me to do right now would be to delete the whole thing and reset. And that kind of sucks. And also, you know, like, it's gonna be from the end, if anything, right? If you add measures right now, so I'm just thinking about how the generation of this field works, right? If I add measures right now, it's gonna add them to the end. Assuming I can get the block load up to work properly, which I'm pretty sure I can. Right, so it's going to add measures to the end instead of the beginning, or anywhere else. So that's probably reasonable. That makes sense. I don't think you're going to be able to delete measures from anywhere except the end. Which I think would actually work with our current setup of the note matrix, I think. Because if just trying to go through this in my head, right? So right now, when I load up, let's say I load up the note matrix, right? So I've pushed the I've pushed the note list. So I've put a bunch of notes in, right? I push that note list to the global object script, right? So it's a global script now. Then I decrease the number of measures. So I'm editing the measure number. Measure number's changed. That is also pushed to the global. Now the global note list and measure number do not fit together properly, but there's going to be no error with the global with that. The global's not going to recognize that. It's not going to notice that because it doesn't have the means to notice that. Then I ask it to update and reload the canvas. It's going to go, I have this note list. It's doing that already. It would be doing that already, right? So I have this note list, and this note list stretches to a point past the number of measures. But we've specifically said that the note list is... Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Perfect. Perfect, right? Because here, my note list is separate. The length of my note list is separate from the blocks that I generate. So basically what would be happening is in the memory of this whole thing, right, we'd have the note list still up there. And the note list would still continue beyond to a certain point. And you would just be editing its values. But the part that actually displays is the part that you'll be able to edit, right? And the part that actually displays would be updated and reset. Which does form a bit of an issue in that you could probably break the game by making a, like, 1 million measure, song, right? And not putting any notes in it. And then, like, reloading that and going to a 2-measure song or something. But I feel like at that point, the whole game would crash at the 1,000,000 measure song anyway. So I should just put a cap on measure number and have that be that, right? I should just put a cap on measure number. Okay, so I'm going to put a cap on measure number. Did that. Cap on measure number, because that makes sense. Right, there's only so much that this editor can handle, quite frankly. Right, it should be pretty big, right? Because it's pretty simple. There's not a ton going on here. It's just a bunch of, it's just a bunch of blank squares that you click and change the values of. But still, I don't want a 1,000,000 measure song, because that would increase a lot of my loading times on this and make things icky. So, okay, but what this means is that if I want to decrease the number of measures, I need to reload my note matrix, which is fine. So what I just need to do is not change the note list and just reload the note matrix every time that you update the measures. If that's the case, though, I had something in here about that. I thought I had something in here about that. I was gonna say, like, if the note list already has a thing, then we That's right. I needed to figure out how to do this. How to basically... I needed to figure out... Bye, Dev. Thanks. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for your help. Hope you have a good night. See you later. Trying to brain this, trying to think through this brain thing. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I need this thing to also be able to, so this is very much tied into, this whole update question is very much tied into the same issue of reloading note lists that you've already made when you go back to the editor. Because right now, you go to the play scene, you play through your level, you go back to the editor, all your data is gone. The note list is rewritten, the UI is redone. That's not good. We don't want that. We want that note list to be continuous. That's why the note list is getting pushed to the global script, and why we want to, right here, pull it from the global script. So when we update the measures, we pull note list from the global script. Then we start off creating new spots in the UI, right? Well, that's fine. So I need to, right here, I need to basically just say, I need to have some sort of destroy function, right? So like, destroy all humans, you know, like basically your normal stuff, right? Not all. That was a joke. It was a joke. That was a joke. I want to destroy all of the blocks. I want to destroy all the measures, basically. Okay. So at first, we want to destroy all the measures. We want to load the note list from global script. We want to load the measure number from global script. And then we say, this is fine. This will be fine because it's just determined based on the measure number that we downloaded from global script. This is fine also because of the same thing. This is fine for the same thing. We don't want, if we downloaded a note list, we don't want a new list. So this is the question, right? How do we make an editor that, in certain instances, i.e., when you start it up from nothing, it makes a new set of data. And in other instances, i.e., when you reload it, reloads an old set of data as opposed to making a new one. How do we do that? I mean, that's my basic question here, is what this comes down to. Which seems like it would be something very similar to what we've been doing with GlobalScript, right? I've been doing this thing with GlobalScript where, you know, I push updates to GlobalScript, I pull updates from GlobalScript, right? And I have to do that. And the only time that GlobalScript is zeroed out is when we stop the game. Now, what I could do is I could zero out GlobalScript when we go to the main menu and change this script to be just always pull from GlobalScript. So if GlobalScript is 0, right? If the note list is gone, I don't know exactly what that would look like, right? Then if we've zeroed out GlobalScript because we've gone to the main menu, I'm downloading note list from GlobalScript. I'm downloading measure number from GlobalScript. I'm getting a 0 for measure number. That's fine. I know how to deal with that because I have an update button in the editor. So basically what I need to do is I need to put a button. I need to put a different button. Oh, that would work. Okay, there's a way around this, right? If I put a different button in the editor scene that just says clear notes, right? Clear notes. You press that button. I would want a dialogue to pop up that says, are you sure you want to clear all the notes, right? You know, like, are you sure? And you click yes, and it clears everything. And then runs this. the new creation bit. That would make sense, right? That way this bit of script is specifically for when you wipe all the notes and reset, right? And the script that I'm going to be using most of the time is not going to be this one. It's going to be one very similar to this but that uses elements from the previous note list and everything, from whatever we have pushed to global script. And that way, actually, when I go to the main menu, I don't have to zero out global script. I don't have to do that, because there'll just be a section of this script that just does that, right? It zeroes out global script, and then it loads this new stuff. So what I want is I want another thing here. That's measure update. And I want another function, public void, note wipe. That's what I'm going to call it. It's kind of a silly name. And we're going to do that, right? So now all of this is under the note wipe function. Sounds like nose wipe. It's not. It's note wipe. It's very similar, you know. If you anyway, so okay, cool. So this is how we're gonna do it, right? We're gonna put this under note wipe, and under here I'm gonna say, okay, note wipe called. I'm just gonna do this. Note wipe called, and then I'm gonna keep this because I do want this, and basically what we need to do is we need to say clear everything. So there still needs to be a destroy all measures button here, right? And then we're going to say, this is something that would go here, right? Because these lines download from global script right here. These lines download from global script. And in note wipe, I don't want to download from global script. I want to, what's that? Oh. So I don't want to download from global script. I want to start from fresh. Okay? Which means I actually want to zero out global script. So we're going to zero out global script under note wipe. So we're going to go into here and we're going to say global script dot instance dot measure number equals 0. Right? I'm just going to do that. Actually, we should still do, you know, the button, right? Nah. No one needs to. We don't need to. Right, because measure update is going to be separate. Although then that means you'd have to press a new thing every time. I could just say measure number here. You know what? We're just going to do like a default of 8 measures. Right, that's going to be our default. Our default is going to be 8 measures, always. And that, I don't think that's a bad thing. Okay, and then I'm going to say global script dot instance dot note list equals basically I want to say no. I want to say no. I want to say it equals no. Equals null. Can I do that? It looks like I can do that. Right? Right, so I zeroed out both of those. Right, so we put our default value into the measure number, and we zeroed out the note list. Right, and then here we're going to still download the measure number. Because I want to, I guess. I feel like there's not really much of a reason to do that, right? Zero out the measure number and download it again. I could just say measure number equals 8, right? But I guess I want to give the possibility of changing that code in the future, the equals 8-bit. Okay. So this is still going to be true. This is still going to be true. This is still going to be true. This is all going to be the way it is. Okay. So that's fine. So that's no wipe. Now I want measure update to be similar to that. But in measure update, the important difference is that I'm going to have to constantly reference the type of notes in note list, right? So instead of setting notelist.add, I'm going to read note list. Oh no, wait, no, I did that over here. That was for something else, right? Yep. Oh, okay, cool. So I kind of have code for that already, a little bit, right? I already have code for reading note list because I had to read note list to generate the play level. So that's good. There we go. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so, right, so if I go into measure update, now let's, already has that. Just gonna basically, oh, for frick's sake. I want this bit. Copy. Basically gonna, do that dangerous living on the edge here. We're doing copy paste into measure update. And then we're gonna change it. Because there's quite a bit to change. So, So we have called the measure number. We have called the note list. Download the note list. We're going to download the measure number. And then getting the audio component, getting the note offset, which is still going to be the same. Creating the staff, still going to be the same, right? As long as we've downloaded from measure number from the global script, which is what we're doing, right? Okay, then we don't want to create a new note list. So we want this, just get out of here. We don't need that line. Bye, right? I do still need my 2 for loops because I'm still going to be creating this, array. That's the word I've been looking for this entire time. I keep saying canvas. I was looking for the word array. I still need to create this array, right? And it still needs to be these dimensions. So that's good. It still needs to be those dimensions as defined by measure number. But I'm not going to be adding note list elements. And this is actually where the script that I wrote for make some blocks is very useful because it is very similar. The thing I did is tweak some numbers on there. Right? So I just said, under the second for, I said, if this, else if this, right? If note list at ij.boxtype is this, do this, else if this. So we're defining note offset after ij's offset. Note offset and ij offset are still going to be the same. So the only difference that I need is in the color. Not going to be adding any elements to the note list because, again, the note list is going to be, we're just downloading it. Don't need to add any elements to that. But I do need to change the color of the note blocks based on what their value is in the note list. So I'm just going to go here, I'm going to go to ifs. We're going to say if note list at I and at j. I have this script over here. Just gonna copy this. So if note list ij. So if the box type is and I want to have a 0 option here, then we're going to do that. If box type is 1, oh, and I need to put, okay, there we go. Then I need to go, same sort of thing, right? We're just going to copy this. We're just making that difference in the color, because that's really the only difference between the different types of notes here. So in this one, for 1, it's going to be black. And then for 2, it's going to be red. Oop, undo. And I want this to be an else if. I knew this lovely person by the name of Elsa, not from the movie Frozen. I just realized that that name is also in there. Not from the movie Frozen, of course. A neighbor of mine, lovely neighbor of mine. Wonderful, wonderful lady. Very active in the community, constantly like trying to, you know, give back and do good, and like, you know, staunch environmentalist, you know, really cared about stuff, really ingrained in the community. Lovely person. And I interviewed her once for a project for school, and she like things I didn't know, right? Like I knew she was I helped her out with some computer stuff sometimes. But she was a dual citizen of Germany and the United States, and she was a child in Hitler's youth, which is bizarre. And so she like told me all about that, and about, like, you know, rather old at the time. She's dead now. Yeah, it was always really, it was really interesting to hear those stories, right? To hear the stories about a person living through World War II, as a part of the Hitler Youth, and like, you know, kind of being indoctrinated in that, and also going, this is weird and wrong, and like didn't jive with the values. And she talked about, you know, how she felt about when she would go back home to Germany and go take care of her family there, or go take care of, you know, the different places that she had lived over there. It was really interesting talking to her about that. It was really interesting talking to her about it. She had a fascinating perspective on everything. Anyway, I don't know why I was just reminded that. Oh, I was reminded that because her name was Elsa, and else if always makes me think Elsa. Else if, you know? I don't know. Anyway, okay, is there anything else I need to do for measure update, right? We call measure update. We download the note list. We download the measure number. We say, we're going to set these things, and we're going to set these blocks, and we're going to give them these colors, and you're going to give them this transform. That should be good. That should be it. That should be all we need. That should be it, right? That should be it. Okay. File save. Let's see what happens. Right? Always the difficult part here. Okay. How much does it hate me? Oh, it doesn't hate me yet. Okay, nice. I still need to set some references, though. I still need... Alright, so I have measure update gets called, and I have note wipe gets called, but I do not have anything that calls note wipe yet. So I need something to call note wipe. And I specifically want note wipe to be called when you press a button. So I'm going to put a button, and this is going to be public void note wipe. There we go. Good. Perfect. Right? So I'm going to make a button in here. Make another button. We're making more buttons. Making more buttons. Making more buttons. What? Making more buttons. Making more. Don't know why I said that. Anyway, here we go. Okay, so I want a third button. Ooh, actually, here, let's move this play the level up over here. We'll move this over here to be kind of in line with that. Boop. There we go. So this button is going to be right under play the level, and it's going to say wipe all your notes. So you have to be very careful. It's part of the game, really. Part of the UI design is really just heightening this sense of tension of like, when I click play the game, will I accidentally click wipe all notes? Who knows? Maybe you will. Maybe I'll put in a random function that will sometimes make the mouse go off track so that you put your mouse pointer over play the level, but what really processed was the button that deletes all your notes. More fun that way, really. You know, the heightened sense of tension, the greater sense of drama, I think, really lends itself to games, to this very dramatic game that I'm making. This very heavy, you know, deals with a lot of heavy subjects. Yeah, anyway. Okay. So, there we go. We want this button to be the wipe all notes button. Wipe all notes. And I want this button to have the same script of editor buttons as previously mentioned. And we're going to have to put in a thing in the editor buttons. Say public button. Button. Not build compression. Public button. Build compression is not the same as button. Heads up. I don't know if you knew that. Public button, and we're going to call this the wipe all notes button. The kill all humans button. Wipe all notes. All notes. Okay. So, there we go. We're going to go over here, add a listener to wipe all notes, dot on click, dot add listener, and then we're going to go wipe notes. Wipe notes. There we go. Void wipe notes. I don't know how to do this. There we go. There we go. There we go. Boom. And under this wipe notes function, which I need to make a function, I am going to put some things. What are we going to put? You say, well, I'm going to put... oh, I need to put in a similar thing. But shoot. Oh, that's okay. I can just put, so public note matrix. Oh, I already referenced it. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I can just go other dot here. So other dot. Don't want measure update. I want note wipe. There we go. So there we go. So when you press the wipe all notes button, it wipes all the notes. That's good. That's the idea. Next, what I need to do is I need to make sure that there's a dialog that pops up when you press it. There should be that. Maybe there's a way to do that. I'll ask Google pop up dialog on button Unity. Okay. Here we go. This is what I want. So, using Unity Editor. We also need to do that. Okay, I like that. Using Unity Editor. Okay. And then I need to, let's see. Public class, play selection on surface, scriptable object. That's just the... Yes, that's just... It's a scriptable object, though. Does it have to be? Editor Unity.display dialog. No, it doesn't have to be. It's just this part. It returns true if you click yes. So I want to return true. So I say if I want this, right? I want this as a thing. And then, oh, still in a second thing there. And then we want like that, right? Because I'm saying if this returns true, so I just need to change the text of this. So, are you sure you want to destroy all notes? Wait, what did it say? Oh, I don't need to do that quite exactly. Okay, because I don't have like a phrase here. And I can just say like destroy all notes. Destroy all notes. Yes. Oops. Okay. Then, if they click the first option, this returns true. If they click the second option, it returns false. And then we're good. Okay. Okay. Theoretically, that should work. Theoretically, that should work. And there's nothing wrong with it in here. Oh, okay. I should just make it one line. There we go. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see what happens. File save. And maybe when I click that button, there should be a dialog that pops up. Other.note wipe. Okay. I need to probably reference something in here. Yes, I do. So, rename. Come on. Note wipe. Okay, so I want these things put in the script. So we're gonna wipe all notes button. Other note matrix. Update input. Input field. Measure update button. And editor play button. I have the PokeRap stuck in my head, the perfect PokeRap. I think I constantly have the perfect PokeRap stuck in my head. It's like been in my head for a while. It's been in my head since I saw it. I don't think I've gotten it out. That's not true. I've gotten, you know, it out occasionally when other stuff was stuck in my head. Update input. Oh, update input. That's the input field. My bad. Okay, there we go. So if I click this, console.log, please have no errors. Look at that. No errors. Crazy. How awesome. Okay. So I want to have this, and I want to go 10. Oh. That's not what I want. That's okay. Oh. Okay, that's not what I want, but I know how to fix it. Huh. Okay. Cool. That's not what I want, but I know how to fix it, so that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Let's look at that console.log again. Let's see what it's saying. It is saying a couple things, but it's not saying anything relevant particularly to that. Okay, so it does not make any blocks. That's weird. Measure update does not currently make any blocks. I'm sure I can double check that. Why it doesn't, I don't know. Right, and the other thing I need to fix is here. Are you sure you want to destroy all the notes on the editor? And I can just like randomly do this, which is nice. You can just do that. Okay, so file save that. So that should fix that. Now I need to figure out why the heck it is that. Why the heck is it that measure update did nothing? Whole lot of nothing. It came up with nothing. Measure update is reading stuff. So this is the one I changed. So that's right. Why is it that it didn't make any boxes for this? So it's saying create a game object staff out of the pixel prefab. It did that. It did that. Did that already. Staff.transform local scale. Did that. Now this is the part that failed for some reason. So we had for I equals 0, I less than measure number times 4, I plus plus, and then for j equals 0, j less than 9, j plus plus. Creating the vector ij offset. Creating a current block. Creating it out of the pixel prefab with node offset, ij offset, and quaternion dot identity. Transforming it by 0.9. If note list ij is 0, color gray. If note list type is 1, color black. If note list type is 2, color red. Don't see anything wrong with this. That's frustrating. Why might it have done that? You know, it might have done that because, I don't know, I'm going to play with it more. That was weird. That was really weird. Right, so if I thought I was, uh-oh. I can't click on anything. it is doing things when I click something. So it's referencing the thing note matrix dot update line 93 is what is somehow failing. Note matrix dot update line 93. Why? Because right now my note list is nothing. Okay. I do have to go the route where games, the global script zeros every time you go to the main menu, because otherwise what'll happen here, what's happening here, I think, is that the first time you load up the game, or every time you load up the game and all the things reload, right? Global script is going to be 0. And so you try and the editor tries to download it from global script, and it has no note list. Has nothing. Note list is not created. Well, that's weird, right? This is weird. I don't know what I did. I think the problem is in maybe that I did this. Maybe it's that I did this. You know? Yeah, let's try it again though. Let's try it again. Okay. Line 93 is still being rude. Okay. Measure update called. Still saying line 93. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What is referenced at line 93 is then the question. Well, line 93 of note matrix. No, is it line 93 of note matrix? Yeah. Calls on note list. It's really the only thing that it could be calling on that might not be there, which means that note list isn't there. Even though, well, it's weird because this is the thing for clicking, right? But this is not the part that had error. The part that had error is actually measure update, because measure update is where the blocks should be given color. But there is no block color, and they're also not making sound. It is saying placing a red block, placing a black block. It is saying the thing where it's saying, I'm placing a black block, I'm placing a red block, but it's not saying it's not showing it. It's not showing it. If I hit play the level, there's nothing there. And also, yeah, there's nothing there. Ooh, now my camera is moving super slow. No, it's not. Why did my measure number just go to something big? Well, that's all sorts of broken. That is all sorts of broken. Well, it's broken. I'm going to take a break. Because my ears hurt and I want to get a drink of water. So, I will be right back. Thank you for being here. As always, I really appreciate it. Feel free to say hi in the chat. I will be back in 5 or 10. Gonna go get a drink of water. See y'all in a minute. Hey, welcome back. Bow. Bow. We're at it again. We're back at it again. It's your girl Rose. Back at it again with that game design. Doing game stuff. Making game things. That's what I'm doing. My name is Rose. Hello. That was an intro. Anyway. I kind of really want to, and I think, maybe I'll do some of this later, sometime later, but they have some nice, they do have some nice microphones in here, and they do have, I've probably mentioned this before, but they do have a whisper booth in here, which is really nice, and I think I kind of want to, like, do, like a book thing, like a short book reading, voicing thing. It might also be nice to just, like, you know, get a voice acting demo reel together at some point. That's something I'd like to do. Because, you know, these are all things that I very much enjoy with DMing and everything, right? I guess the question then would be, like, what book, right? If there were a book that would be read, what book would it be? I don't know. Many options, no doubt, many options. But again, probably not like a whole book right away, because that'd be a lot of work. I mean, not that I'm going to shy away from a lot of work, but more that smaller steps are better. Smaller steps are better, right? Because oftentimes I find that, especially for me, you know, planning out bigger steps tends to lead to no steps being done. So smaller steps are better. So speaking of smaller steps, let's make some smaller steps in this frickin' game that I'm making, because I don't know about you, but I want to see this be a finished product at some point. Preferably at some point soon. So the main issue that we have right now is that when this loads up and we try and update the number of measures, we get a blank canvas, but we do not get... Why did I go with 100? Let's go with a smaller number. Right, we get a blank canvas, but we don't get the squares, which is weird. Why don't we get them? Why aren't they there? So let's put some debug dialogues in there and see if there's any way at all that we can figure out what exactly is going on here, because this should not be a blank screen. This should be a screen with an array of gray squares, and ideally, right, we want to get it to the point where we can make the array, have the array, edit the array, save it, go to the play level, reload it, have it instantiated correctly. But something's not working right, so let's add some debug.logs in here. And the primary thing that's happening right here is, like, when I click this button, measure update is being called. When I click this update button right here. So what that means is measure update is most likely the culprit. Most likely the culprit. And in fact, if we look at the logs of our console, we do get measure update called successfully right here when we set the measure number to 8. So we set the measure number to 8. Measure update was called successfully. Great. Fantastic. Okay, and then we don't have anything else until the camera movement, except for this error that keeps popping up, which doesn't actually seem to be an issue. I don't know. Maybe it is. Line 93, whatever that means. It's pretty unhappy with this. Invert if. It wants me to invert this if. Add null check. If note list is not equal to, oh, because I have note list as null right now. Okay, that's probably what it's, I value daily value is. So it's having trouble with this, but ideally we shouldn't have this area be the problem area, right? This area is not the problem area right now. Right now the problem area is measure update. And that's probably partially because note list is not created in here, right? And so note list is still set as null in the global update. So what I need to do, right, first, is I need to run this so that note list isn't null, but note list should not be null at the end of this, right? Note list should only be null for a very short period of time. I don't know exactly what setting something to null does, so set null unity, right? What does setting variable to null? Variable equals null. Okay, well, then we're fine. So that's just how to set things to null. I know how to set it to null. I already did that. Great. Okay, so we set it to null. Then theoretically, this is what note list should be. So can I do like a debug.log note list? Will it accept me doing that? It will. Okay. So then I want to also create at the end here another debug.log of note list. Because I want to know, if this section is being performed properly. Because this is the section where the, oh, I lied, this is under note wipe. I don't need this. Need it over here. Right there. Okay. So okay. So this is the section where I need to figure out if there's something happening wrong. And so we're going to surround this with what is the note list in the debug.log. Hopefully that will help us figure out what the heck is going on. So save, come back over here, play it again. Note list is null right now, right? Because we called measure update already. Note list is null. Now if I do 8 and click update, note list is still null. Note list is still null. Note list is still null, and that's not good. So if I do this, yes, yes, yes. Note wipe has been called. Note list is still null. So that's interesting, because what just happened there is that note wipe was called, note wipe sets note list to null, and then refills in note list. So if I do this, I don't know why it asks 3 times. And I do this, note list should not be null. There's no reason for note list to be null, but it's pulling back null, which is bad. We don't want that. So I want to set it to not null. What's the opposite of null? Unity. Opposite of null. Let's see. What is null? Null is the value of a reference variable. It doesn't point to anything in memory. Think of it as a street sign with the name of a city on it, but no arrow. The city doesn't exist. You can compare against it in if sentences to see if objects have been instantiated yet. So null up until the point someone instantiated them with the new keyword. So we can only create a not null with the new list bit, which we do have that, right? We have that over here. Note list equals new list. Somehow between this bit and this bit, note list is getting set to null again. So I'm going to come over here, go over to note wipe, go down here. Is note list null? Let's find out. Okay. So if I first wipe all notes. Okay. Note wipe called generic list. We have there, fantastic. Why is it called 3 times? That's what I don't understand. It is actually calling it 3 separate times. It's calling it every time I click that box. And that's weird. So I'll need to figure that out, why the heck that's calling it 3 separate times. But that shouldn't be an issue. Okay, so it's called at the end here, and it says note list is this. It's a thing, right? Okay. Now I want to come into here. And click update. And note list is null again. And also, for some reason, I can click outside of the bounds of the thing. Which is weird. Genuinely wild. 0. This should be 8. It's 13. What the heck? That's wild. That's wild. So the click thing is working weird too. Because note list is null. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's because note list is null. Why is note list null? I mean, I set it to null right here. Because the global script instance is null. That's why. That's why. Well, that was silly of me. I said the global script. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. That everything makes sense now, right? Why was it when it downloaded it saying it's null? Well, because the global script was still null, even though I set the local not to null. So when I do this at here, I need to save my note list. I need to go in here and I need to say global script dot instance dot note list equals note list. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. That should fix at least some of my issues, hopefully, right? So if we go back over here, wipe all notes, yes, 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 Y3 dialogues, I don't know. Note wipe's been called, number of measures, 10, update. Well, it didn't screw everything up, but the note list wasn't that long. Is that what happened? Because I pushed the update to global script, right? When I click that button, when I click the editor button, I set the global script into. So the global script should be 10, right? So if I go into here, Can't show it right now, but what should be happening is the measure number should be 10. The measure number should be equal to 10. Probably check that. Either way, up here in measure update, right, we care about the measure number when we're making new things. And I have this. But if the note list does not exist at that point, what if I go like this, and then I go over here, and I say this. So I go, oop, meant to do that. So I say, then I say else if, else if, okay, else, I don't need an else, I just need else. Yeah, I don't need else if, I just need else. Else, current block deck components primary color gray, note list add, box class, current block. Okay. I need something here that basically says if there is no note list values here, make a note list value, right? If you don't have any values for note list, make note list, right? Add note list. Which is this line, right? Copy. Paste, but I want it to be right if I want it to be this, right? And the condition should be note list doesn't have values there, basically, right? We're looking for a space where the note list, right, because the note list runs out after a certain point if we're just loading from the save. Note list runs out after a certain point. There's no note list left. So we just have blank canvas, and we don't want just blank canvas. So I have to say, hi, Coach Bear. Oh, like my voice is very quiet? How about now? Is that better? Okay. If you need it up more, let me know, because I can turn it up a bit more. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it. Nice. Congrats. Nice. That's really exciting. From where? Oh, okay. Remind me where that is? I know I've heard about it. Okay. And you went game design as opposed to game dev? It's tough. It's tough. So I've been design for the years that I've been doing this so far as well. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been more design side myself, and like this is kind of my first big foray into the coding stuff. Had a lot of friends help me out with it so far. I'm happy to answer questions or explain things or talk about stuff or whatever. So if you know, feel free to. To be fair, this is probably the most complex script I have on this thing, and it confuses me quite a bit. There's a lot here. Yeah, for sure. So this is a lot. Let's go with. No, this is 3D. No, it is 3D. It's 3D. It's 3D. Here, let me show you what I got. Let me show you what I got so far. If I can get it to work. Is the main thing. So okay. So yeah, I think it's just we saved a specific 2D canvas image that we're using as a sprite because basically what I have is I have this scene which is not gonna work properly yet, so I'm gonna do that. Basically this is our 2D editor scene, which is most of what I'm working on right now. So it's still in Unity 3D, but it has definitely a lot of 2D elements. Because it's just a 2D editor. Oh hey! Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm Rose, by the way, or Yari. Hi. Hello. Yeah, we have this editor, it's cool, and it does this. And that took a freaking long ass time to get to work. So I'm really happy with it doing that and being able to do that. And then the really big hurdle that I finished last stream that I was on was getting this to then translate. The idea is that this is a level editor, and then getting this to translate into this, which took a lot. So that's cool. Yeah. Anyway, that's the basic thing that I'm working with right now. So, yeah, so I'm not using a grid for any of this. The only grid, I'm using an array for the editor, right? Actually, what we do, it's an excellent question. Thank you for asking. So, because what it ends up being is the 3D and the 2D scenes are different, right? So it's two different like loads, basically in the Unity engine. So like I in order to right. So like mapping it to 3D space, just based off where it is not the route that we took with it. Instead, what we did is when we load this. And right now my normal method of generation is not working, which is why this dialogue is popping up, because I'm in the middle of fixing it. When we do this, right now, I only just understood this like last week. Right now this is just an array. So we're dealing with this. This is not only is it an array of UI boxes, right, that we make that are clickable and stuff, but this array also saves all the values of it, whether it's gray, red, or black, in a list. And so and that way it's like infinitely expandable basically in one dimension. So it's just a list of lists. It's just an infinite list of lists. And we save that data to a global script. And then when we switch scenes, we download that data from the same global script, and iterate out based on position in the same sort of. It is effectively right where the blocks are placed is effectively a 2D space. It's just rendered in 3D. I'm the primary person, but which means I'm always here when I stream. Okay, I'm gonna stop that. But I've had a lot of help, which has been great. It's been really nice. It's been really, really nice. There's some people in the comments. It's pretty quiet tonight. But there's been some really cool people in the comments, Geo and Lightpen, who have been super helpful. A friend of mine who was hanging out in the comments for a bit is in town, and he came in and helped me out with it. So it's been really fun, to like get to have friends help me work on the code and everything. And it's been cool. It's been cool. Yeah, right. Exactly, right? No, exactly. And I mean, like, here's the thing is like, this, quite honestly, like the reason I'm doing this on stream is partially just to like learn and like, publicly learn, I guess, like just do this. Yeah, it's just to learn, because like I didn't know any of this when I started this project specifically. This is my first, I guess, like Unity full project. I've done like, the Rollerball tutorial a couple times or whatever, but this is the first actual project I've been doing. Yeah, right? Got to get that MVP, minimum viable product. It's good stuff. Nice. That's really exciting. That's really exciting. I'm doing a similar visual novel RPG kind of thing, short story, with some other friends that we've been working on a little bit on here. Oh yeah, I like Magicka in that element, in the like the mixing. I think the mixing of the elements in Magicka is really cool. It's probably the coolest part of it, quite frankly. I think there's some other things that could use some work. So that's awesome. Nice. That's really exciting. Please feel free to like, whenever the project's finished, or if you ever have any stuff that you're like putting out with the project, like, put a link in here, or if you want, there's a link down below to my Discord. Would love it if you joined, and you can feel free to like, post stuff there about your game, because that's really exciting. There's some people there who would definitely want to see it. Oh, nice. That's really exciting. I've never actually worked with a studio. Someday, right? Just keep working on it. Keep learning. I'm definitely more of like I said, I'm more the design person and less the dev person myself. I'm usually traipse more in the art side of things, art and design. Nice. Dang, Coach Bear, good luck. That's awesome. Wow. That's exciting. I bet that's really exciting. Dang. Probably a bit nerve-wracking too, I imagine. But yeah. Dang. Nice. I mean, it's something you learn. It's something you learn, right? And The thing I have learned more and more as I've consulted with people who know more than me is that, yeah, there's a certain amount of it you like learn, but it is like at least half of it is Google anyway. So, you know. That sucks. Teachers can really make or break learning experiences like that. Wait, seriously? That's screwed up. Wow. That is... I am shocked that that person still has their job. Because a lot of universities, like, they judge professors partially by, yeah, no shit, right? Dang. That's really frustrating. Wow, what the heck? Yeah, a lot of universities, like, rate their professors partially by, like, the scores that they give out at the end. And, like, professors who fail students consistently are not kept on for long. Oh, dang. Yikes. Yikes on bikes. That does not sound fun. I am sorry that you had to go through that experience. That sounds really upsetting. What do you mean by visual coding? I guess I've never done... I mean, I've done C++. Have I done C++? I mean, I know this is C#, right? But what's... I guess I don't know what visual coding... Yeah, thanks. Please. What? How am I fixing this? Where was I? Oh, I have that blank space, and I need to say if the note list isn't long enough, add elements to the note list. Not sure how to say that. Hey, Gio! Was just talking about you. Dang. How you doing, Gio? Good to see you. Specifically, I was just talking about you because, yeah, no, it was good things. I was like, oh hey, like Gio's a person who hangs out in the comments and is really awesome and like helped a lot with the code on this. Coach Spare, that kind of sucks. Yeah, so thank you. Hey, Gio, question for you. Because I'm stuck on something here. Maybe you can help. So here's the deal. So, this chunk right here calls a note list from our global script. Pulls it down, downloads it. Great. Fantastic. But the thing is, right, there are some times when note list will only be, you know, let's say 6 measures long, right? Cool. Now let's say I add 2 measures to it. So the problem that's happening right now is that since note list is only 6 measures long, right, it's not generating boxes for the extra 2 measures that we added, right? And so what I want, and it's not going to like generate any elements of the note list, right? It's not even, it's because it's not because the note list ends there, so it stops. So what I want is right here, I want some sort of condition saying if there are no elements of note list past this point, add elements of note list. Then this is the add bit, right? I know how to do that. And I kind of have it covered over here, right? But I need a way to check if note list, as a list of lists, right, has a list, has another, Okay. Okay, that could work. That could work. Yeah. Okay. So, like, oh, that was bothering me. So, like, I said, couldn't you check if note list has length of it? Coach Bear, it sounds like you're saying the exact same thing as Geo, and I love it. Nice. I mean, unless I'm reading what you said wrong. Length of what you want. Make an extra note. Let's say, yeah. Okay. So. Oh, I must not have closed the door all the way. Oops. Okay. So. So I want to keep track of notelist.length. So we want like notelist dot length, not last index of dot length. We're not going to be able to get notelist dot length. So what aspects of a list can I measure? Unity lists. Don't want an array. List. Operations with list. Len. Oh, okay. Like that? What do you mean? Yeah, it's not showing up. Maybe I'm not using the right, Unity files, but... Here you go. I took a screenshot. This is an example of a script I used to get the position of the mouse in the world. Oh. That's nice. That's nice. Huh. I feel like I'd be able to think through that sort of system a lot more simply than through this. But I can see how it might have less... I don't know. Do you think it like has less functionality, Coach Bear? Like what? Because to me, like looking at that, I feel like that'd be a lot easier to think through. Maybe I should try Unreal. Okay. What are the downsides of it that you would point to? I mean, like, do you prefer C# over that, or or do you prefer like the coding sort of stuff that we have, or what are your preferences? /y. Okay, I want to look this up. Lists. Which you can be with time, right? May not be yet, but it we learn. Yeah, I imagine that's a bit of a system shock a bit. Okay. Oh, okay. Check the size of the list. List name dot count. There we go. That's what we want. Note list dot count. There we go. Got it. Hey, I like how we found it at the same time. One of the main things I look at is if my code scales well, meaning it can cause issues down the line the way it's set up. Yeah. No, Coach Bear, that's a really good thing to look at, and I don't. Yet. I haven't really been looking at that yet. I'm glad you're taking it into consideration. I try to a little bit, but I'm just trying to learn how to code at all in this, honestly, so it's like, I don't know. Okay, why are we saying... Oh, because I'm saying, like equals, 4 or something like that, right? Would that work? Property or indexer cannot be assigned to, it is read only. There we go. So, I don't want that. I want, if notelist.count is less than int current list length to keep track of the old list size. Maybe. I'm trying to think how that might be useful. I think vector 3 and saying the transforms. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Coach Bear. That makes sense. Right, you're adding that many checks and it's gonna, yeah. What if I just did notelist.count is less than a specific thing, right? Less than I. We go through I equals 3. Notelist works. We go through. Bang. I plus plus. I equals 4. If notelist is less than 4, add a new list. That should work. To make one shorter compiler, which takes a number which is my grid size and divides by 3 by. Coach Bear, we kind of did a similar thing with this in a way. No, that's awesome. Would this geo? Okay, so the count will always change. But we need to reinitialize our notes. I mean, yeah, that's this chunk of script is reinitializing them basically. And I just want. I'm gonna try this. I feel like this should. Maybe I'm not thinking this through all the way, but no harm in trying, unless it breaks all of Unity, which I suppose would be funny, really. Actually, be pretty amusing. Okay. This was in the measure update. I'm gonna do this. Okay, there we go, and then let's do 10. Still not working. Okay, cool. That is fine. I'm okay with that. Better than breaking everything. No, that's Visual Studio. It's Microsoft Visual Studio. It runs fine on Mac. It just looks different, I think, yeah. Okay. So, okay, well, let's put some debugs in here. Debug.log. Notelist.count. Okay, and then debug.log. adding to note list. Measure number is something that we're is controlling. It's something that you can change that controls the length of the canvas of the array. So we're defining a lot of our scales with respect to it, right? Because the length is going to determine, like, you know, where our midpoint is as well, among other things. Okay. Let's try that. So if I go in here and do this, no, it's still not doing that. Because it's saying that's null. Why are you saying it's null? It's not null. Okay, that's weird. It's still saying it's null. Maybe. So here, let me, wow. Okay. Because I do need to go through this whole thing again, basically, because for some reason it's perceiving things as null. Okay, so there's two different functions that I have here. The idea of this is that we have a function that would, and before I put in the wipe notes function, the measure update was working fine. Anyway, that's beside the point. So we have two functions. One is you put in the number of measures that you want into this box right here, right there, and then you hit update. And the idea would be here is that it creates the canvas with the array of that size. It's not doing the array right now for some freaking reason. And I think the reason is because it says note list is null. Right here, that is what that debug.log is saying. It's saying that note list is null, which would make sense then as to why we get a blank canvas. Maybe? I feel like it would actually make the array either way, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay. I have this other function, which would, in the actual version, would take all your notes, go whap, you know, wipe all of them. Still don't have that specific part in yet. And then reset with a basic set. Right now, since it doesn't wipe it, the canvas is still bigger. Oh, that one's working fine. That one's working fine. So that's basically what that one just did that I just pulled up. Right. That's this one. Right here. Everything with this is working fine. Right. The thing that I changed here is that basically the idea of this is that when we wipe all the notes, we set the measure number to a number we want it to be, and we set the note list to nothing because we want to wipe the note list. I don't need that line though, right? Because if I just set it to new note list, it's gonna be fine. As long as I push the note list to the global script at the end, which is what I do right here. So, right, basically I'm I'm setting the global measure number. This is just to download the global measure number. I'm not sure why. I guess I don't need it. I could just say this is equal to 8, but it shouldn't make any difference anyway. That's normal stuff. That's normal stuff. That's normal stuff. That's creating the staff specifically. This is making the staff bigger, and that works fine. So I know this line is working fine, right? Here I can put a debug.log here, note list.count. So we make the note list, right? We make a new note list, and then we start. This is the code for exactly like verbatim from last time, right? We make the new note list and we put in the blocks. The only difference that I wanted that was important for me between this and the script that Brad helped me with last time is with the script that Brad helped me with last time, there just wasn't enough functionality, so I wanted to add a second script, basically a second function, not a second script, just a second function within the script, right? That would reset it, or sorry, that would we need the ability for the player, when they're in the editor, they put a bunch of notes down. They need to be able to go to the play thing, play with those notes, right? Have those notes in the play space, go back to the editor and still have those notes there. Right now, that second part isn't there, right? Because the editor, when it starts, does not load from the global script. If I have the editor load from the global script every time, though, right, then, like there's no fresh start. There's no zero. There's no base. And specifically that becomes a problem in that if we load from the script every time and we have a 50 measure long track, and the person wants to make only a 6 measure long track, right? There would be literally no way to do that. So we need to have a function that allows us to wipe everything, start fresh, right? So that's what I was doing. So basically what I did is I took Brad's script, the script that Brad and I worked on from last time, and made that into, that is just the wipe everything, start fresh script, right? Because I know that it works doing that. And then I need to make the script, which would be very similar, but not exactly the same, that would load from the note list that is saved. Could you have just made each parameter in Brad's script to be variables that I set via parameters that are passed to the function? How would I determine whether to... So, like, how would we start a fresh slate, though, with that? Right? I guess maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. But what I'm hearing is, like, can't I just take Brad's script and then make the variables... I'd start with a new what? I'm lost. Sorry. I'm lost. Why would I do that? Inputs a new value for the measure number. Because what if they want to increase the number of measures without deleting their current stuff? That's why I didn't do that. I thought of that. Right, exactly, which I can see happening very easily. Right, you like create an 8-segment thing, and then you go, well, I want to add some more, right? Like, I feel like that's even more likely to happen than like needing to wipe the whole thing, quite frankly. So that's why I wanted like a separate thing for wiping the whole thing and for adding stuff, you know? And I was trying to simplify it by just not doing a function where you take away measures, because the fact of the matter is, like, maybe I was was thinking of doing measure update, the measure update function, so that it could just take away measures actually. And it would just reload it, and then like the note list would still have the stuff there, but it wouldn't show in the GUI. Whatever. Either way, we need an extra function, right? Add the old list to a new, larger list rather than enlarging a current list. Hang on, let me think through that. So basically you're saying we take, every time you want to add measures to a thing, we make a new scene, we reload, right? And then we just plop the old list in as part of the new list, and then just add stuff to it. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's basically what I'm... Yeah. Yeah. No, I feel like that's basically what I'm trying to do with this. Because, like, what we're doing is we're loading up the old elements and putting them out. And then when I reach the end of those old elements, I'm putting new elements out to fill it until the point that the user is specified. Right? Which I feel like is just the same thing that you just said. And then the other thing is just to reset the whole thing, which, I mean, like, maybe, we don't use that one that often, but... Anyway, that's... It feels like the same thing to me, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe you're trying to indicate, like, a different order or something. Yeah. Resizing a list. So if we're downsizing a list, I don't know how to do that. Right? But adding to a list is very easy. It's literally this. It's literally this. It's either this or it's this. Like, it's super easy to add to a list. Right? I'm not sure exactly how to take away from it, quite frankly. But adding to it is super easy. And that's the beauty of lists, is that they're basically, we can infinitely resize them because of that. Right? The issue is just that the issue is not so much with the count of... Yeah, basically. But it's like I don't know where that's happening, right? So, like, I pull note list from the global, right? Which here, let me pull up the global. What do we got here? Yeah, we just have note list declared and saved, and that's fine. Okay, so I'm pulling note list from the global. I'm pulling measure number from the global. These don't matter. This is creating the staff. That works fine. This is resizing the staff. That also works fine. Hopefully this will tell me... here, and actually, let's just do this. Dot count. Because it tells us more information. So this will tell me how long the note list is right now. Then for each thing, we're iterating out. We're adding to the note list if the note list count is less than the current integer we're iterating by. We add we add a list to the note list. And then this is where we add those blocks. This is where I know, I know this part isn't working, right, somehow. It may have failed before this point. That's what I'm trying to figure out with these debugs, right? Or with these log messages. But I know that this part doesn't work because when we get to, making these blocks, they all turn out empty. They're not there. But I can't, you know, like the thing is like I can't tell if they're not there or if they're just white, you know? Just a little bit frustrating. So we make the block, we scale it down. This is both for loops. Oh, those are just my. Oh, 9 is the number of notes on the staff. So that's just the. It's just how many elements are going to be in J, always. Yeah, so that'll stay constant. Measure number times 4 is because 4 is the number of notes that are in each measure. So that's somewhat arbitrary, but it's it's just changing the length. If I change that, like I'd have to change it in a bunch of different places, but I could. I did actually a while back. I changed it from 8 to 4. Or from so right, so we're coming in here. Hey V, hello, welcome. Hearts to you as well. So the idea, Geo, behind checking notelist.count against I is that if I mean maybe this is me thinking about this incorrectly. Thanks for being here, Evie. So my thought on this, Geo, is that if the note list is longer, if the note list is less long than I, right, then we're going to add a new element. That's what this is. We're going to add a new list. You know, if there's less lists in note list than I, then we're going to add a new list. If not, then we just keep going with filling in the blocks. And that's what this is for. This for loop is to fill in the blocks with the different colors, right? And we got the, you know, if it's type 0, make it gray. If it's type 1, make it black. If it's type 2, make it red. Else, this is supposed to be sort of a catch-all. This is like a catch-all ideally for if there's no elements of note list there, then oh wait, that won't work. Wait, hang on. How does this work back over here? Add one. So we're adding an element for each J that we go down. And that's fine. That's good. That's what we want. Over here, if yeah, that should be how it would work. Well, I also haven't tested this yet, so I'm going to test this. I'm going to test this, and I'm going to see what we get in the debug log, because I'm pretty sure it's not going to work. But I also want to find out what we get in our debugs. What? Save note list size on each initialization, and then on each new user input, compare the old size to the new size. If there's a size difference, i.e. the list is larger, add new elements for the difference of sizes. That would be a good way of doing that. That would be a very good way of doing that. I want to see what shows up in the logs, but I like that idea. Thank you, Gio. Thank you. Line 31. What's line 31 of note matrix? It's this. Weird that that's not showing up properly. That's bizarre. Okay. I mean, I guess if it's null, then there we go. Okay. So it's still doing this. Measure update called, and it's saying note list is basically no. Right? Null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Note matrix line 31. Basically, we're calling null is what I'm getting from that, but I'm not sure if that's actually what that is. What I don't get is why note list is null. Right? Because okay. Let's say it's set as null in the global thing right now. Maybe it's set as null in the global thing, right? If that's the case, then when I do wipe all notes, it should reset it because that's what I have in the script, right? So it should reset it to this. It should reset the note list to be equal to this. And this works fine, right? So now when I hit update and I make it 9 instead of the 8 that it currently is, it doesn't add anything. And it got rid of all the black notes? Well, that was weird. That is especially bizarre. Huh. Okay. Fascinating. So, yeah, let's try. You know, Gio, I appreciate the thought. No. I mean, you know, it will be once I'm done with it, but I want the practice on this. I'm hogging all the practice to myself. Thanks, though. Beep, beep, boop, beep, bop, beep. Okay, so I mean, actually, you know, I could do a GitHub thing. You know, GL, I'll think about it. I could do a GitHub thing, release it open source, and then just yeah, I'll think about it. That would probably be pretty cool. Thanks for the suggestion. I'm gonna write that down. I mean, if you want to help me, I'm not gonna turn it away. And I'd appreciate that. That'd be awesome. Okay, so beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. So let's do the count. Let's make it a count. Let's make this note list the count. Count from Sesame Street. You know that they call me the Count because I really love to. That's a fun video. Not a movie. YouTube video. Anyway, okay, we're making a count for note list. So, save note list size on each initialization, and then with each new user input, compare the old size to the new size. If there's a size difference, add new elements for the difference of sizes. So, we say, basically, so instead of doing this, we don't do this. We do, we say, so what we would do here is we would say, we want to make a variable. Okay, we want to make a variable that's the count, right? Save note list size on each initialization. Oh, I have to think through this. Okay, hang on. We want note list to save. We want the, Yeah. Right. Okay, so I have that, and now we're gonna go into here, and we're gonna say over here, once we've downloaded notelist from global, we want to say notelist size, and we want to set it equal to notelist dot count, right? And so, yep. Yeah. So. Okay, here's the thing. Here's one thing that I'm thinking of right now. Is, let's say we call this function. I download notelist from GlobalScript. I download measure number from GlobalScript. I set notelist size equal to, let's say it's 10, right? Set it equal to 10. Cool. I do a bunch of things. Let's say measure number is 12. Okay, so I add, two lists to notelist size. So notelist size is now 12, right? Based on this bit at the end. Cool, great, fantastic. Now if I run this code again, what I need to do is I need to save notelist. That's how I fix this. I was thinking like, oh, if I go up here at the top again and I get notelist from the save, and I get the measure number from the save, right? The notelist shouldn't initialize what, Gio? Because I'm not actually initializing anything here. Oh, notelist count? Oh, gotcha. I mean, if that's the case, then I cannot... Yeah, no, I hear you. So, okay, but then the thing is, right, is that over here, I'm trying to, in this for loop, say, if notelist size, is less than oh yeah, okay, wait, hang on. So we save at the end. We say if notelist size is less than here's okay, issue. Question. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're trying to say. Probably that. So clarification question. I have this notelist size variable, right? Are we saying Ideally after. No, before. Measure update is what creates the list when there is none. Right? Yes. And because it just then pulls the default. Oh, dang, that's an issue. That's maybe where I'm. Oh, okay, this is getting a bit more than I can wrap my head around successfully. Okay. This is the issue with code. Cannot wrap my head around it. Cannot wrap my head around. My brain does not think like a computer. That's what I was just getting stuck on, Geo. Because if that's the case, that's not good, right? But I think that's what's happening. Is that when you load up the editor, yeah, that's what's going to happen. Is measure update is creating the list I guess basically what I'm trying to do is essentially make measure update into the main function here. Because measure update is creating the list when even at the beginning. And at the beginning then it's just pulling the numbers from the global script which have default values. Also that the global script values reset when you hit the main menu. So the global script values are going to reset when you hit the main menu, and that means when you go to the editor from the main menu, we will be using measure update to create a new list based on the that's the issue right now. Right? Is that if there isn't a note list, then I have to make one. That's probably part of it, at least. I also don't even know if the note list is actually impacting the look of the UI. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. It sounds like I need 3. 1 to reset, 1 to generate new, 1 to measure update. Yeah. But I think splitting them up might actually help. It'll definitely reduce some of the load of each individual one, which will help me a lot. So I'm going to do that. That's a good idea. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So measure update is just for the update. So we're not going to create any new note lists, but we are still going to need to work with that and yada, 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 whatever. Okay, great. So on start, I'm not going to call measure update anymore. Bye. Who needs it? No one. Well, that's the thing, is I do need measure update called when I go here from the main menu. So what I should do I'm on the main menu. Come on. Undo. There we go. So if I'm on the main menu, does this go to the editor? It does. Good. Okay. Just doesn't load correctly. That's fine. Okay, so I should be starting everything from the main menu. I'm not sure why I'm not doing that. Okay, so I am going to start everything from the main menu. If I'm at the main menu, then my global script values are reset. Boom. Right. And then I go from the main menu to the editor. I'm going to be, if I'm going from the main menu to the editor, then I'm going to be using a specific, okay, then what I'm doing here, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. So then what I'm doing here is I don't want to actually call any of these in the start of the script. Instead, I want the buttons on the main menu to call. I can't do that. I can't call a script from a function, or I can't call a function from a script that's not in that same scene. You can call a function from a script in a different game object. OnAwake. What does OnAwake do? What's the difference between OnAwake and start? I guess I don't know that. Look that up. Okay. So, whereas start just starts right at the beginning. If start has code in it, if start calls a function, will that wake up the object? That's my next question. Because what we're dealing with here is like, I need to basically have two different ways of entering into the editor space, right? And my two different ways are that I'm coming from two different scenes. Oh no, I can do this easy. I can do this easy. This is easy. This, I know what I'm doing. Here's what we got. This is easy. Okay. So if it's not easy, but you know, I'll figure it out. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so if I come in here and I can say if global script dot here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go into the global script. And I'm gonna say public. We're gonna say public. We're gonna make a public boolean. Public bool. From main menu. Right, and we're going to, when we click from main, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so, right, from main menu. So then basically what I can do here is I can say, I can go over here and I can say if global script dot from main menu. It's not going to work. No, I need to say instance. Global script dot instance dot from main menu. If that's true, then we want to run the following code, which is we want to run, I want to make a new one here. This is going to be my third function, public void new array, new note array. Yeah, new note array. Okay, there we go. So we got public void new note array, and so now I can say here new node array, boom, right? And if global, or I could just say else, right? Else and we want to say measure update here. There we go. So now, on start, it checks if this is from the main menu. And if it's from the main menu, it's going to do new node array. And if it's not from the main menu, it's going to do measure update, which is what we want. So that's good. So now, in new node array, we put literally the code we had before. It's mostly this, with some edits. Okay. So I don't want node array called, I want new array called. Don't want to destroy all the measures or all the humans. I don't want this to be set. I want I don't want that to be set. I want that, want that, want that. Ba-ba-da-bee, beep-a-da-boo. I do want to download the measure number from global. Yep. Start only starts when the object is newly created, though. Wait, really? Well, it's loading the scene. Well, that should do it, right? Destroying the object each time you create a new list. Nope. I am not. This does not have a don't destroy on it. The only thing that has a don't destroy on it is global script. That's the only object that I have that has a don't destroy on it. So this will call start at the end, at the beginning of every editor scene. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It has been so far. So okay, Yep, we got that. We make a new note list. I know this works. Doobity bop, boppity boo. We make the note list. We do the things with the note list. And then we say global note list equals note list. I like that. That's good. Cool. That should be all we need for that, right? So I go over here and I go to the editor. It does not like me right now. That makes sense. Asset scripts, note matrix, line 6632. I got a parenthesis issue. Missing the compare part. Oh yeah, you're probably right. No, I know. 6632. Yep, that is part of where it's angry. 32. It's not worried about that. Okay. 66. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of this for now, or comment it, because I want to see if the rest of it works. Okay, line 57. Why is it saying measure update called? You're not supposed to call measure update. 57, and it's calling measure update. Line 57, noteless size. Okay, it's not happy about that. That's okay. Why is it calling measure update? Oh, because I haven't set from main menu to be equal to anything. Okay, that's right. So what I need to do is back in my main menu buttons, where are my buttons? Let's go to level. There we go. when we go to the editor button. Thanks. Yep. Set it after the scene change. Yeah, you're right. No, I need to do that. Okay, so here I want global script dot instance dot I want dot from main menu equals true. Cool. So we have that. And then we want whenever we go from the main menu, that's true. Everywhere else, that's false. So that means whenever we go to the editor from somewhere else, we need to set it equal to false. Or we can just set it equal to false at the bottom of this, and then because this loads on beginning, then we're good. So I want global script dot instance. Why are you angry? Oh, where am I? Oh, still angry. Maybe I'll just set it at the end of this. After new node array. That would make sense. Cool. That way, after you load the first time, the only time it will return true is if you go back to the main menu, which is what I want. Okay, so file save. Let's try this out. Let's try this out. Let's try it. Let's try it. Editor. Nope. Go to level line 33. Angry. Go to level line 33. Global script.instance. Not happy. Why? Global script should be in there too. Is it not? It's not. Weird. Why isn't global script showing up? It shows up in different ones. Right? If I start it here, global script shows up. That's what this is. Global controller. Why is it that global script. There you are. Maybe global script started in a different scene. So if it doesn't start in that scene, I don't know. Let me change that maybe. So let's go away, and then I'm gonna duplicate and put this in. No, delete. Copy. I'm gonna go to my main menu. Save. I'm gonna paste it. And that's what I'm gonna do. I should be able to just delete it, honestly. right? Has global script. Okay. So and I want the initial value of measure number to be 10. So I should just initialize that in global script then, because that's okay. Because that's what I want. No, 8. So there we go. Fantastic. So then I click this. Editor. Well, it did something. And it's different than before. So that's good. Measure number suddenly changed to 40. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. But we have this. So I want to change that back. Why is it changing to 40 immediately? Probably because we set it at the beginning of this. I'm just going to not set it. Not sure why I got 40, how it got 40 out of that, but that's okay. Cool. So the next thing is to allow it to load things. And that's a great, puzzle, conundrum, difficulty, confusion. How the heck, right? So we have this thing that I can, come on, can I not click on it? Oh, I can't click on it. Why can't I click on it? Why can't I click on it? Not set to an instance of an object. Note matrix 137. What's at line 137? This is the clicking thing. What? Because we just said that we just set note list equal to a thing, right? But line 137 is asking for note lists I and j value, right? Or it's asking for the values at a specific I and j, which should be fine, but okay, that's weird. Why is it angry with me? So you know what? I know we're in the middle of solving a problem, but it is almost 10:30. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to do, Gio, I'm probably going to do what you suggested. And at some point, I'm going to post this whole project with the code and everything up to probably put some comments in it first. I'll probably do that. And then I'll put it up on Git. And allow it to be, I'll put it up on GitHub so that y'all can check it out. I can do that. I don't know if I can do that tonight, but I can have that done by tomorrow. By the end of the day tomorrow. That should be easy. Easy enough to set up. Yeah, that should be easy, she says. It'll be easy, they said. It'll be easy, they said. Anyway, so I'll put this up on GitHub. We'll have that set up sometime tomorrow. And I'll put out an announcement. Yeah, no, for real. Exactly, right? Like that's what's gonna happen. And so cool. So I'll do that. I also think I might just futz around with debugging this a little bit on my own time between now and then, as well as commenting on it a bit, putting some comments in there because it's definitely going to need some comments because I have not been very thorough with my commenting so far, but that's okay. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. I'm finally realizing, like, what exactly we need to do to make this work. Yeah, that's a good idea, Gio. I will keep that in mind. I've done that before for other projects, so that's definitely, that helps me a lot. There was this one astronomy bit of Python that I had to write for an astronomy internship, and that was a lot of work, that one. But yeah, I definitely did a lot of whiteboard coding. Pseudo whiteboard coding. Cool. So we have some things set up. We're going to keep plugging along. I'll release this code for y'all to check out on GitHub. Otherwise, thank you very much for being here, Gio and Evie, I'm assuming, and others. Thank you. I hope I see y'all again some other time. Next week, I'm not sure exactly what's happening. I know I will be here for at least Tuesday. I'm not sure exactly what's happening with Thursday. My schedule is more up in there than I would like it to be. But sometime in July, late July, I'll finally be getting my own computer, which means I will be able to stream whenever I want, as opposed to coming only to here to be able to do that. So anyway, that'll be fun. Cool. Thank you. Have a lovely night. Appreciate it. Yeah, right. It'll be nice. I'm excited. So that'll be fun. Cool. I'll talk to y'all later.